I'm going to remove everything off of here besides what's marked off. Okay, so remove, remove, remove. I'm going to leave that on. Remove, 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 remove. Okay, that should get pretty much rid of all the extra stuff we have on there, and I'll even remove this. Okay, so we just have the drawings, and I still have something on there, but we erase lines. I still have VWAP on. Oh, VWAP's on there, and then I'm going to go chart settings, chart drawings, chart two. Okay, there. So that, right, is what our day actually ended up looking at, right? So you'll see that at 8:30. So this is how our day looked from the time we opened. Okay. So this is the playground that we had from which to choose what we were going to do. And you will see there, I don't know why these lines aren't on there. Hold on. I just circled them. Are they there? I don't have prior days. Oh, there's prior days high. Where's prior days low? I don't know why I don't have prior days low. But, oh, it was probably this right here. Sorry. It was this. This was Globex low and prior days low. Sorry, it's that green line right there, and prior days high is way up there. We just don't have it on the screen. There's prior days high. So, okay. Now we've got the full picture. Okay. So here's what you're looking at. This is prior days high. This is prior days low. This is the start of the day where we're looking approximately. Okay. From that, our job is to frame from this picture what the market is doing. So the first thing that you will see is that we opened up and we chopped in a very narrow range. We neither could get to Globex high originally, nor could we get to Globex low, which was down here. Okay, this should be orange as well. It was also a prior day's low. Okay, so the first thing that tells you is a basic principle in trading is one of the things you want to do is take out a swing, right? So if you look before the market, there was two swings. This, this, three actually. This, and this. Okay. In order to go higher, you had to take that out, meaning you had to make an impulse move. In order to go lower, right? If you looked at the way the market traded, not only did you have to get below prior day's low, but most days when we trend down, we take out Globex low as well. We were unable to take out Globex low. So these are things you have to have. You just want to write them down, especially if you're new. Are we below Globex low? After you open and you get past the first hour, you're going to get first hour high and first hour low. That sets you right over here, right? So what you know once you have that first hour high and first hour low is that in order to go higher or lower, right, you're going to have to break out of that first hour high and low. It happens almost every day. Yesterday, it did not. Let me give you an example. You will look over here and you will see this was the right at the end of the day. We attempted to get above, it exhausted, fell back in, right? And then overnight, you will see we finally broke over that first hour high, backside tested around 7 o'clock, and then we pushed back up. That's what that looks like. See, you have a key level, it got above, backside tested. So what we had to try to do, right? What you would have wanted the market to do, and it did, right? If you looked at it, it traded, we opened up below, we then proceeded to trade above, right? It then did a retrace. It was trapped, right? They couldn't make it back to the low, which was over here at the time. Excuse me, over here at the time, right? And we got into a fight, right? So you have to describe the market action so that people understand so you can frame it correctly, right? We got into a fight, and there was two fights going on, right? We established the high and we established the low. Bulls knew they needed it over here. Bears knew they needed it underneath here. Everyone knows that. If you're going to make this thing break, you had to get above or below. It's just a mechanical thing, right? And this was the first day that the market could not achieve this in many, many days, either up or down. It's been a long time since we've had a day where the majority of the day stayed inside the first hour, and it made for difficult trading because that first hour ranged from 25,174 to 25,410. That was 225 points of first hour range. And so while we've been having very wide ranges, on this day we could not break out of the range, right? And what you will see is when they came down, right? How that worked out is if you trade off of key areas on that chart, what would have been natural would have been to look for trades above and below this, right? What I would have wanted to do on most days is I would have gone, oh, we're trapped above, get a backside test over here, and get a response back up. And you can see that a lot of people who were probably frustrated, right, tried to do just that. Why do I know they tried to do just that? Because I can see early in the day, right? So if I go through the day and I tell the story of the day, right? And you should go through and do the same thing because it'll help you get a narrative for what's going on. Okay. The market opened. Okay. We opened below prior day's low. We trapped back in and they attempted to hold. That's what all this is right here. They are attempting to hold that prior day's low. Some people are pushing for Globex low. Some people are pushing for Globex high. And it really turned into a mess. No one was able to dominate that picture. No one was able to gain control of the market, right? It failed. They finally pushed underneath the initial low. Traders tried to buy it. They were under VWAP. They pushed back to VWAP and back to prior day's low, and it failed. Now, this is where I would have thought that we would have come out and taken out, right, the first hour low, which was at the open, okay? I would have thought we would have taken out the first hour low and come to test Globex low. When I say I'm looking for a rhythm, right, that's what I was thinking when we were here, was that we're going to go, okay, we failed above the initial balance, the first 5 minute balance. We tried above. We got a strong sell signal. We pushed back in. I have a left shoulder and a right shoulder. Okay, that's a head and shoulder pattern. Failed back below after we impulse moved above the high, created a new high, and then we failed to hold prior day's low. We came up, backside test 1, backside test 2, and for me, the logical target was first hour low. But again, the bears fumbled here, or the sellers, however you want to put it, fumbled, right? Now, what I would not have expected is for it to get back above, and neither did anyone else. And let me explain why I know that. It's how people respond psychologically to events that happen. This was the left shoulder, right? Remember over here? Left shoulder, right shoulder, but you also had an inverse head and shoulders over here, where this became the, they tried to push under here originally. They pushed underneath. You see these 2 points? So when they pressed back in, they could not reject off a prior day's low again. As a matter of fact, you see they came in with volume right on that bar. And then what happened? Everyone who sold down here, all these guys, provided fuel, right, to push all the way back up to Globex high, where they rejected. They then retraced. That's a big impulse move, right? They then retraced and came up, and that is where they set the first hour high. To me, when that happens, right, when I want price action, what I would have hoped is this. The way I would have, when I picture that in my head, because I do, right, what I would have wanted is that we opened up, open drive lower, through all this, come down through Globex, come back, test, consolidate, right, like this, then come all the way back up here, reject, get above, trap back in, and go. That's the picture I had in my head of how that day would play out, right? What happened was everyone had some version of whether we reverse or don't reverse. And if you go, so now if you go back and look at prior days, right? So this part is important. When you look at prior days, go to the open, okay? See how we would open up underneath VWAP and we just kept going down, okay? And that's the 15th, right? And if I go further back, sorry, I don't have enough days. This part of the analysis was important. Data limiting. Okay, because I think it's part of the reason I had frustration yesterday and what I adjusted quickly to is stopping, but I didn't adjust quickly to what the PA is, right? So see if I go to each day in the morning, see how every day, this is the 15th, this is the 12th. See how we're getting underneath VWAP and we're just rejecting VWAP every day, right? It doesn't matter where the high or low is, or we're doing the other way around, right? So see over here, 8:30, we're underneath VWAP. We just fall away, right? We took out some low, we trapped back in, we went back up, right? This was the first day where when we started out the day, so here's another day. See how we started above VWAP and we pretty much held that VWAP all day long until we broke down at the very, well, we never broke down. We held it all day long. That VWAP becomes very, very important, right? Except for yesterday. See how on every one of these days, if I start off the day, here's 8:30, right? We're over VWAP. I'm looking long. So even if I'm an idiot and I can't figure anything out, if I keep going long on this day, right, while we're above VWAP, I'm gonna find trades that are going to somehow lift. And then if I flip the story around, hey, we're underneath VWAP, right? Most days work like this, where I'm going to be able to find the direction of the market when VWAP's going up and down. Now look at yesterday. That thing crisscrossed VWAP all morning long. Okay, see this? We just kept it's totally different picture than any of the prior 5 days. That's why I pretty much stopped trading, because the picture was totally different. And I didn't understand that we were developing a balanced day. This is the most important part here. When you see something that looks different and you've been having a trend, a pattern, below VWAP lower, above VWAP higher, for that person, let's just say me, if I kept trading VWAP long above, short below, and I kept trying to do that, but the difference is that I kept trying to get big extensions in both directions, right? And that's not what was happening yesterday, right? I'd be like, oh, I'm going to short here, and I'm going to short here, and I'm going to short here. I'm going to keep trying to get these extensions to go like this, right? And all of this. And what's happening? They're all getting truncated and pushing back the other way. And then I'm going, oh, well, we're obviously going to Globex high. And I'm going to keep pushing for these trades. Even up here, I'm going, hey, these are buy signals, right? They're going to go up here. No, came back. And if I'm looking for my long down here, right, I'm going to get head faked here. And I'm going to get chopped up in this area because it couldn't decide. So for me, when I see that as a change, right, that is one of the ways I very heavily rely on the market to make trading decisions. Very, very heavily on that, right? I depend that the market's going to go and come down and test a key level, or it's going to get above and go test a key level. And we couldn't do either one yesterday. So stop for a second, right? If you back up and you look at the day, right? Like if I go to this day here, I'm going to go to the prior day and show. I'm going to go to the day that was up as opposed to the day that was down, okay? So I'm going to use this as my example, right? Over here we opened up, right? And what I'm going to do is when I see that VWAP like that, right? And I'm going to set my first hour high and low, and I'm going to set my, this is European low, okay? This is Europe low, and this is, and that's Globex low, okay? Just to give you reference. So we open up, it's 8:30. Hey, we're below VWAP, right? So I'm gonna come in, and I'm going to look for my trades when we come up against that VWAP in the morning, I'm going to go, hey, we're below VWAP. I'm looking for a short, right? And so over here, about the only thing I'm going to come up with is this guy, and with the circles, and this one didn't have the circles, but that guy. That's what I would press there and go, hey, we're going to come off that VWAP. We're already trending down, right? This was the swing. This was the last swing up before the open, just so you can get a measure of what was going up, right? That was the bottom of the swing up. We took that. So if you look how that worked, look how the traders treated that. Don't worry about what the rules are. Look at how the traders treated it, right? We came down to test that swing. Apex trap 1, no algo. Underneath, algo, trap back in, back to VWAP. Underneath, algo up, stopped, algo up, stuffed, and then release. Where did it release to? This is the next prior swing. It had a double bottom there, right? That was European, that was London session low, right? We get to London session low, no algos to take long there, right? We come up underneath. Now this works exactly as I was expected to. We down impulse moved, right? We got above, no dots over these dots down, white bar down for the continuation lower, and then we come in to test Globex low. So the place I can trap there, right, has to be that London low. There's nothing else for me. There's no other spot for me to trade off of, right? So when we get that London low, they come in, you say got above, and the green bar released, and the orange dot accelerated volume back in. We are now trapped, right? The next part of that trap, I would have said if we're trending down, right, would be that we'll reject off of VWAP. I would look for a rejection off of VWAP. The only algo I got was this right here, right? They got that algo, and what should have happened on that algo, because I can see it all the way up here, is we should have come back to London low for a retest. Therefore, if I had shorted this, it's a third bar down, so I probably didn't. But if I shorted that, I would have gone, my target is 25,726. It's also about to 382 to 50 retrace back, okay? The participants decided they did not want to do that, okay? So now if you look, what they decided they wanted to do is they came and backside tested. Everyone said we're above VWAP, and they took off. Here's your dot down, here's your dot above it, and they take off to the upside. That got a 2x, right? That's 2 times standard deviation away from VWAP, and then they rolled back down, right? And then what did they roll back down to test? That top part there was this was the final push to the high. They came back in and tested it, right? You'll see they came underneath, right? They came underneath, came back to backside test it. No algo down. But if you look here, here's your swing to the high. Here's your swing broken. Here's the test again. My guess is Dan is short here, here, and I'm going to guess he's short here too. Okay, because he broke this swing and it goes 1, 2, 3. So what am I looking for here? If I'm bearish, right, I'm going to go, they squeezed everyone out. They got an A, B, C, D. We're back below VWAP. And what I would have been looking for is my algo underneath VWAP to come underneath. We then come back over here. This is again the base of the last swing to the high. You get a green algo, not a great algo, and it pushes back to VWAP. And I'm probably going to short this, this, and this. Why am I shorting those? Okay, because I know that we play off of VWAP. Just like over here, I would have looked for an algo up here and here on the turn, and I did not get it. But when I get these turns underneath VWAP, I expect extension down. Okay, just like this. This is how I put up my P&L. I'm going to go, oh, we're back at VWAP. We're going back to test something in this area. You have to remember, okay, before I get too complicated, what's going on here is that there's a bunch of different players playing a different way. And what you have to decide is which way you're going to play. I am very much liking playing off of VWAP. But a day like yesterday, okay, makes a VWAP a very difficult trade. See how this day, if I traded off of VWAP here, even if I didn't have algos, I just traded off of VWAP, right? I did pretty darn good. Whichever side of VWAP I'm on and I get a reversal signal from, I'm going to make money pretty much all day long, right? It worked all the way through here on one side or the other. If I got my turn signal, right? Yes, did I take some stops? Of course, right? But if I got a turn signal above or below, I did pretty good, right? I'm above, I'm going to take my turn signals up. I'm below, I'm going to take my turn signals down. And I'd like to get them as close as possible, right? And then we finally picked a direction. And you'll see once we finally picked a direction, right? If you were taking your algos up, you had a pretty easy time. Now here, yesterday, if you did the exact same thing off of VWAP yesterday, you had a nightmarish time. You got stop after stop after stop because it just wasn't keen off of VWAP one way or another. I could not tell direction, and you'll see it was pretty much moving sideways by 10 a.m. Why is this all important? Okay, because however you're going to choose to trade, right? However you're going to choose to trade, like Bill, right, would have looked for a long right down here. Why? We took out the first hour low. See that? We just took it out. There was no sell pressure, Now what do I want? I want my algo up off the turn, and I didn't get it over here. What I'm going at is there's going to be some days that it's going to provide exactly the way we want it to look, right? We're going to get up to VWAP. Like I would have shorted this. If had I been here, I would have shorted that bar off of VWAP, the blue dot down. There's no doubt in my mind I would have shorted that bar, right? There's no doubt in my mind I would have shorted this bar had I been here. And those would have both turned into losses for me, okay? Now, if I go back to Tuesday, so if I'm teaching someone and I start teaching them yesterday, right? And I go, hey, when you get to that VWAP and you get that white bar down, right? My day is going to look like this. Short, no long, long, short and stopped, right? Frustrated, right? I'm not going to short this. It's too far above VWAP, right? And I can't tell which way it's going, right? Now I'm going to show you another trader, Bill. Here's Bill, right? Bill's going to say, hey, I'm looking for them to complete the IB high or low test, right? And then I'm looking for low. We complete the IB low test. Bill's like, hey, I'm looking for my trade. Now it comes down to what is Bill looking for? And Bill's probably looking for the algo up on the turn, and Bill doesn't get it. So guess what? Even though Bill had the right call, IB low, auction complete, he doesn't get his long signal over here, right? Unless he's willing to take the bars up. And what he would have wanted, what I would have wanted is for it, even if I didn't use our method that were with the algos, I would have gone, hey, I would like supernova and then a retrace, right? I would have liked it to look like this. Supernova, back, and then launch. And I would have said my target is 25, 285. Now, we had the target, we had the read, but the algo didn't set up. And some days are just like that. And that was what yesterday was like that. It just didn't set up in a way that made sense to me. So I very quickly, right, when the market doesn't work the way it's been working in prior days, I quit. Why? I need to spend some time watching it to figure out. And what I came to the observation and I wrote in the room, hey, this is the first day where we've had repeated sellers and they've gotten absorbed and couldn't push new lows, right? And the next thought I had was what that's going to result in is they're going to short squeeze out into the upside, which is exactly what they did, right? We finally got above that. And now it's a little bit different. When's the last time you looked pre-market? And instead of the NASDAQ being weak and rolling down, the NASDAQ is getting absorbed at every selling point overnight and in European session and here, right? Okay. So for today, what I'm looking for is, do we hold London low? Do we hold Globex low? Can we break above the first hour high and hold above? Because that tells me I'm going to get extension up. And then the next thing I'm going to ask is if the regime is changing, right? If the push is down or no longer as big a push down, what is the reversal going to look like, right? And what helps me get down to the nitty gritty, and I was trying to explain this to someone I was coaching the other day, right? What helps me get down to the nitty gritty is now I know the pushes up are a lot easier. So now I'm going to go back. About midday, I figured out that, hey, the sellers are getting absorbed a lot easier. This is yesterday midday, right? So what I would guess is once we go supernova, right, or once we get out of this area, that the pushes up will work a lot easier. And I figured that out about midday. That's when I posted it as I was thinking about it. I was like, this is the first time I've seen us getting absorbed. So now go look at what the blue dots did, right? That's the simplest form we have, is to look at our actual individual algos. Okay, sellers are getting absorbed. Now break it down to the simplest block that we have, the simplest building block. Algos up, right? So now go look at your algos up. Orange bar, blue dot, green bar. See this all of a sudden? Whereas in prior days, if you were taking these bars, you were absolutely stuffed. You had absolutely zero chance. If you were buying the simple orange dots all the way up in the channel, you were lucky if you got one bar up, right? Versus over here, all of a sudden, right? If you look, almost every algo on the turn, watch, it'll go into the overnight session too. Green bar up gets extension. Green bar up gets extension. Blue dot up gets extension. This doesn't get an extension. Green bar up gets an extension. See that all of a sudden? If you were just a long trader, everything up all of a sudden, like that's weird, right? Look in prior days and try to do this exact thing. You had no hope of making any money. Zero, right? Just none of this worked if you try to do this. Here, most of this is working, and if you'll wait for a pullback, all of a sudden, right, you're in freaking ATM land. Look, everything is working up, right? Here we come into the US session. All of this, every single one of these things to the upside, there's a stop, but for the most part, every single bar up is pushing. That, my friends, is a change in character. And I'm sorry I don't have a better way of explaining it. But what I'm saying is, at least for now, the heavy sell side and just shoot them in the dark and take the short, right, has been crippled. And the long side, at least since yesterday at 12 noon to 8:30 this morning, if you keep taking your long side trades, they're working easier and easier. And what tipped me off to the fact that that's what's happening, right, is the fact that I saw yesterday multiple pushes down, and for the last 2 weeks, when you've been getting big pushes down under VWAP, they come back up and they push even harder again. And there was no absorption. It would just go hit new lows, right? And the quicker you absorb that, the quicker you integrate that into your brain and you go, oh, there's been a change, you can then stop taking losses and go, I need to switch what I am taking, right? And I need to switch the side on which I'm getting bigger extensions, right? So now my extensions, if I'm shorting down low, I'm going to be pretty hesitant after an A, B, C, D leg to short the first leg back up because I see it's getting absorbed. And I'm going to be more interested, right? If we go supernova, right, to the upside, I'm going to be more interested in my up algos after supernova because they're getting traction. And that piece is very important. That fact is very important to me because it's very nuanced. And for people who didn't pick that up overnight, right? If you didn't pick up the fact that, hey, we've switched character, right? So now all these shorts, right? Remember when I was taking the blue dot down, third bar down, right? Stuffed. Reversal bar, stuffed. Blue dot down. Really hard to get any traction off of any of these, right? White dot down. All of a sudden they're getting stuffed and the opposite is happening. Hey, I can pretty much take any algo up and get paid on this thing, right? And my guess is this morning, that's exactly what we're going to end up with is we can see this guy, he's pushing and he just got stuffed. When's the last time you saw that at 8:30 in the morning? That's a good algo. That was usually a shot straight down. Instead, he got stuffed, orange dot up underneath VWAP. And here's my guess on that. They're going to come up and take out Globex high is my guess. At some point they will this morning, right? Or we have to see a change in character again where the downside is getting easier pushes back up. My guess is apex traps on these dots here when they trap in are going to push up pretty easily. And then the true sign will be we'll get above VWAP. And once we're above VWAP, we can go explore prices higher, right? And I can already tell you just from the few first minutes here, we're just not getting the rapid, fast, get me out, tumble one over another to hit the sell button. They're just not doing it, right? All they're doing is working on taking out this low pre-market, right? For us to go lower, we're going to have to take that out, right? And right now, they're not doing it. My guess is the first blue dot over this guy, and they're going to come up and at least take out the 801 high, if not higher, right? So with that being said, now I'm going to go back to our regular chart. And if you need to clean up your chart so that you have a cleaner sign, just take the moving averages off is all you have to do. I happen to like it. Get rid of this. I happen to like everything on there, but you need to settle it down to where it's understandable for you. So over here, right, when you look at this chart, this is 1 a.m., 2 a.m. This is London low right here, approximately, right? We'll just call it in this zone right here. You have to get below London low this morning. Here's Globex high. We couldn't get down there. You'll see we're going to push right into it right now, right? And so what I can say is for this morning, what you need to go higher is you got to get above VWAP. Once you're above VWAP, you've got to get above the prior day's high, right? And then once you're above prior days, sorry, where do I have prior days high? Why is it not marked off? This is, let me see why I don't have this. Hold on. So we're below, see how we're below London low now, right? So what am I going to look for? Hey, if we trap back into London low, back up, right? So these are guys trying to push back down, and that's fine, right? I want to see evidence that we're rolling lower, right? This is chart number 1. Sorry, I hit the wrong thing. F5, chart 1. It's on there. I just screwed something up. Hold on. Why do I not have high and low marked off there? RTH high. Oh, I do. RTH high, RTH low, Globex low, and we're about at the mid back, right? Okay, so I just need to pull in to see everything. Okay. Sorry, I got to catch up. I spent too much time explaining. 2 a.m. We'll call Globex mid is London low effectively. Okay, see that? Globex mid is London low. So I know I need to trap back into Globex mid, right? Globex low is down here, prior low is down here, and yesterday's high is over here, right? So now, if I'm thinking going higher, right, what did I say? I want to be above VWAP, right? I've got to be above my 100 and 200. I now have an impulse move, open drive lower, within range, right? So is this bearish yet? No. Why? I need to be above London low. I need to be below London low, which is Globex mid, Asia low, right? And now what am I looking for? One of two things. I'm either looking for them to trap themselves, and you'll still notice, even within this context, right? Even within this context, all of a sudden, right, these bars up on the turn were not paying you in the first half hour on the open drive lower. These are giving you enough to escape. See that? That is a change in character from the prior days. Okay? Notice on the turn bar, see how we're not getting very much volume there? Because people are getting stopped out on that turn bar, right? Even though a 24-point stop would have held you there. And I am not saying you cannot get extensions down. What I'm saying is I'm not expecting this to fall to 0. As a matter of fact, what I would start looking for is see my dots down, dot down, dot down. They are now pressing for lower. I do not know if we have, here. That sucks. I just realized something. Damn. Okay. Okay, it's all right. So we push lower, right? And so now what am I looking for? I don't think we have any econ coming up, do we? No, we have nothing, right? So my guess is once we get above these guys, right, and we go supernova, they're going to trap them right back in and push right back up to that high. Why? They lost sell power yesterday. So unless there's something out there or there's some news to drive us or we're going to regain the prior session information, I know once I get above this that we have the possibility of starting to rally back up and recovering some of those trades from prior, right? And I know because I can see this, right, that we are getting lifts, repeatedly getting lifts off of these trades that are, hold on 1 second. Off of these green bars, this is new, right? We're underneath VWAP. This has changed. This has changed. So I know this guy right here is my biggest seller. And I would suspect if we get above this guy, right? So they're still trying to press down. Someone's going to make a mistake. And when they press above this guy, I'm going to guess we're going to come right back and sweep the other way, just like we did yesterday. It is a guess. It's just a guess. But now I am hesitant, right? When we're like this, I am hesitant. You've gotten push one down, push two down, and I am hesitant to press these into Globex low, right? Why? Because we couldn't get underneath first hour low yesterday, right? And I'm seeing these things pop up, and I want to see the opposite. I want to see these flush on the turn really, really hard, and these get almost no response whatsoever. So what am I looking for now? Supernova or a push in underneath the low, traps back into these bars, into these circular bars, right? Generally, we're lifting yesterday. And now I have to see, was yesterday just a sideways consolidation before we continue lower? Or has the thing truly changed? And the way I will know we are going lower is we'll be below first hour low, point of control, London low, Asia low, right? So right now we've achieved below London low, right? We have not achieved below Asia low, and we obviously can't be below first hour low. So I just want to watch and see how they handle this, right? And see if they're responsive back up, or if we go resume the character from the prior days, right? But what I don't want to do is have 2 bad days in a row, and I don't have evidence yet that that's changed. I hope that helps, okay? And if you're Dan, you are looking for a break of your swings, right? And I'm going to cover Dan's trade, I think at 11 o'clock in more detail, okay? So this is trapped in over here. You'd want that 96 to hold. And like I said earlier, all of a sudden these bars on the turn that shouldn't be going up are going up, right? So the question becomes why and how do I manage that, right? Why and how do I manage that? It's the only question you should be asking because they are having a hard time. See, that bar should have fallen away pretty quickly, right? That guy pushed down. Everything was on the bid on these 2 bars, right? So how come, if that's the case, right? How come we didn't flush on that bar? The reason why is the sellers are running out of juice. Whether you want to believe it or not, they are running out of juice, right? It's not as strong a sell position as it was just a couple of days ago, which leads me to believe we will have 2-way markets and we can trade both sides of them, right? And we're just looking for the exhaustion areas, right? So that should be able to make a push, right? That should be able to make a push towards Globex low. If they fail, right? Like if this bar down can't get this push below Globex low, right? Or you get above that guy, right? That guy will be in trouble. There's no question in my mind about that. That guy will be in trouble if they can't take out Globex low, okay? And you can see there, they're having difficulty, even if they're pushing down, it ain't a straight flush, right? Point of control came in at the bottom there. All the volume was down. You've got to clear this guy right here. And you got to get a dot up above that guy. And see this slowdown here? Everyone's wondering what's going on, right? Hey, we should be going down pretty easily. Why are we not going down all of a sudden? Because they have built a memory that every one of these bars down should lead lower, right? Well, here all of a sudden I can see I'm in trouble. My guess is, right, the first dot up here is going to shoot us right to VWAP. It's going to be my guess. So we'll see if I'm right or not, okay? And there's a little war going. But this should have been an easy takeout with that open drive lower. This Globex low should be easy, okay? And then the other thing I'm looking for is on my 1-minute chart. I'd like to see a volume press down here because I know right now I got to get above this guy. I'd like to see another volume press down here that's outsized. So again, second time this guy's pressed. See that? And he gets no love. He did not make it, right? He did not make it, right? So my question would be, why did he not make it, right? Why was he not able to break it? Now, maybe he will now, right? And maybe he finally has it, right? But that is a pretty good question, I would say. Hey guys, Top Step is down again, believe it or not. Unbelievable. Like the whole system just reset. Like my P&L just got wiped out for the whole night. Just one. I don't know what's going on with these guys, but that's crazy. Okay, below Globex slow, right? These guys are going to push, right? Nasdaq, notice it's only down 120 points, right? Remember what I said I'm looking for? Dot up above, back to VWAP. Do we have a change in character or not? So I don't know if there was a Fed speaker or someone said something to dominate that open drive lower, right? We've driven right to prior day's low, or almost to prior day's low, excuse me. ES is at prior day's low, NQ is not. So ES is leading us lower, right? What am I looking for? Supernova and dots above dots to tell me there's a change in character. And we may just have resumed the downside and I just screwed myself by not taking these white bars down, right? But that's the other advantage of watching the first 30 minutes and getting an idea of what's working, right? So I hope I haven't confused anyone this morning. I'm pretty sure we had a change in character yesterday where we should end up with two-sided trades. Now we just need our process to kick in to pay us. Here's your last seller down. There's your white bar. So here, this is easy. Above there. Right, above there. And you are now above your biggest seller down. I'll copy that over. Chart number 22. First dot up over. Told you, overpressed. Unreal, huh? Dot up, dot up. Those guys should push. They should be stuck. Trap back into Globex low. Supernova. Not Supernova and ES yet, but trying. Okay, see that? We broke the swing there. Back in. Back to where that high volume bar is, right? Above that high volume bar is where we'll push back up to Globex high, right? So we've rejected. This guy defended. Now I need my 5-minute chart up. Hey. Top steps down yet again. It's unreal. Again, notice the dots, right, are giving you some type of scalpable extension. Okay, we're now in supernova, right? From here, we haven't broken the last important swing, which is this right here. That's the important swing. But we are up, look, 1, 2, 3, up, 1, 2. That's scalpable. Up. This is scalpable. Maybe not by a lot, but it is scalpable, right? And it should extend up to the top of that line, would be my guess. We need to get above that 25,308. I'm telling you, my little thing. So my sign that we'll be going higher is we'll be above that VWAP, right? I'll be very cautious to fight against that VWAP once we're over impulse move. We've tested underneath Globex low. We've dropped back in. It's coming on bears to get underneath and hold underneath Globex low if we're going to try for lower areas, right? This does not make me bullish. It makes me two-sided. And I'm still trying to see if we have changing character or is this just a resumption of what we had before and yesterday was a one-day wonder. Either one is fine by me. I'm just going to see. I'm not even at 9 o'clock yet, so I have time to look. Retest the Globex low. Again, white bar on the turn. These were not getting any kind of tradable extension a few days ago. Okay, any kind of tradable extension a few days ago, meaning scalpable even. It was impossible. This is not impossible. What did I wanted to do? Chart. Duplicate chart. Chart. Detach chart. above your last seller. Like I said, I saw that yesterday, and I am not afraid to scoop some of these to the long side down in the hole now. That is a change in character. We have two ways. My guess is we're coming right here to VWAP. All right, sellers, this has definitely changed the way the selling pattern has been. Just watch how many bars on the turn, right? How many algos up are getting extensions, right? You can just see it all. For me, I can see it all over the place. That is a change in character for me. Retrace after supernova, I'm looking for my algo up. If I was going to contra trade, right, I'm watching, right? See how I'm not judging it and going, oh, it has to work the way I want. I'm watching, I'm going, what's working? Hasn't broken that swing yet, so my first algo up, if I'm looking for supernova, would be my long. Again, notice it's not trading the way it was just a few days ago. The intensity has declined, right? I don't know if you see that or not. I definitely see that the intensity and the way that the market is trading has declined. Dots down. Again, remember when I said dots down, look for dots up above. Look for dots up above for extension. Dots down, red double circle down, right? Look for the algo up. This guy's pushing, right? See that? He immediately starts to get stuffed. If they get back above that 08, right? They get back above that 08, push. Now, I may be totally wrong here, right? But I know one thing, I'm not getting algos to the downside like I usually do that are strong on the turn, right? And that is another change in character for me, right? So I am watching closely. ES is back to VWAP for the day, back to the 100 and back to the 200, okay? I am watching for signs so I don't get chewed up. Of course, I can't lose any money in my top step, can I? Because these guys, green bar up, long. Let's see what happens. I'm long the 99. If I get stopped, I'm totally fine with it. I'm going to stop right behind there because it shouldn't even get to the 82. So 99, stop 82. Scale 32, 20, 20, 22, 24, somewhere in there. Okay. Why? Because I see all my bars are getting extensions up, right? I'm just observing, right? I'm just observing, right? So I'm changing the way I look at the market because I'm seeing I'm not getting my turns underneath VWAP strong, right? I've come back up. I've gotten above my biggest seller down here. Here's my next seller. This guy's followed through. You get above this guy, right? This guy came behind this guy. I get above him, right? And I could probably light some, it's weaker, but they're going to have to cover. I got to basically get above that, right? More or less. I'm sure I'm off by an inch or so, but it's that. Above. Again, if I get my algo on the turn there, I'll add back into what I took off, right? Why? I'm getting lifts. So I'm going to try, right? Even if I didn't want to try to get the extension there, I got 25,300 to 25,336. That's a great trade. Like there's nothing wrong with that. Press down again. Look, these guys are pressing above Globex low. Makes no sense, right? They are pressing above Globex low. I'm limit 25,318.75. Nope. Press below. Looking for my algo up. And I'm still trailing on this. So if that stops out, yeah. Dot up over all these dots down. Gonna send you right over there. Globex mid. ES is over VWAP or trying. Again, short's not getting the giant extensions over here that they were prior, right? They were pounding it over and over and over again. Take down to quarter size at 35, 36, wherever they filled me. Flag building off a flagpole. You need the dots up. They need to flip the direction here. Blue dot up would be preferable, or double dot. And on the 5 minute, this is resistance right here. This comes from the 5. I don't know how to denote it, but it's 25,339. There's resistance right there. It's right at the top of the biggest volume bar of the 5 minute. I got to get above this on the 5. So all you have to do is, if you want this same data on the 5, is you got to just convert your 1 minute to a 5 minute, and you'll see the same data. Okay, so if we get above the 25,339, that whole 5 minute bar is poorly auctioned. This one was poorly auctioned. I would say we're coming right back over here to test this guy, which was my last big volume bar, trouncing back into the range. and can push me back over to Globex high. I will add back if they'll give me an algo on the turn. Back to retest my last 1 minute high volume bar down. But this is not the same as we had before, it just isn't. Long. I just hit the button, so I got 16. 16 stop. Let's say I'm going to stop under that at that 96. Okay. Maybe this one doesn't work, but I'm all right keeping on pressing it. I know I will get stopped on some of this, right? I'm going long underneath VWAP, right? I get it. But like I said, I'll keep pressing my advantage. My stop's right down here. That is my stop. If I get stopped, I'm okay with it. I was looking for the circle up, and if it stops, like it's about to right here, I didn't get filled, but I'm thinking I will here in a second. Now I'm filled, right? And that's all right. I was pressing my advantage over here, and I'll just take my next one if it sets up, unless we break this swing, and then I'll start all over again. That'll really suck if I got stopped by a tick, but that's okay. And also the other thing you'll see is how it's slowed down all of a sudden. We've had markets that have been trading two ways. Now we've got Jack. Choppy, choppy, choppy. White bar, blue dot off of VWAP. White bars on ES are working. So we'll see. If we get below Globex low and first hour low, it's a different game. Right? If we get below there. And again, notice, see how early? Look, see how we're starting to get chopped up? Get selective, right? Get selective. Go back, review your trade plan. See how I'm not freaked out over here? I'm good, right? I am good over here. I'm not worried about it. That just sucked. That little wick below happens when you get to choppy markets, right? That little wick below happens when you get to choppy markets. That's a double circle green bar up. I will take it every freaking time it comes off the top of one of those 1 minute bars like that, because most of them launch, right? It didn't this time. I'm all right with that. I'm totally fine with it. And I know I've also got to be above the 25,338 to go as well. But man, I hope you don't fall asleep. That would be just, yeah. Man, choppity chop chop chop. Apex trap back into these bars over here, but there's no dots on them up. They're just, yeah. Back up against the top of that 5 minute high. This is chop as chop gets, guys. We're just building a flag right here. We're building pressure for a move one way or the other. I'm telling you, if you were pressing shorts and you were not below Globex low and first hour low, you are asking for the pain train. I'm just telling you, you are asking for the pain train. You do it 10 times, it works 2 and it kills you 8. Again, that blue dot up, if it prints at 19, I will take it. Long. Damn, it just flew. That thing should basically go. Okay? So I'm just telling you. And if it doesn't, it's all right with me. I'm above these two guys and I got a double circle up. Usually that leads, I guess, for a test back up into that 38 to 55 or Globex mid at 86. Does it have to? Nopers. Maybe someone's speaking. Wow, it's just so choppy. Back in. Someone may be speaking. The way they're whipping it around. Back down. I got stopped there too. So what I know is the range is compacted, and again, neither side is asserting dominance on this. Neither side is asserting dominance. Okay, so I'll just sit and wait until it gets better. I mean, it's just really pretty bad. Pretty much everyone's gone on vacation. Do not get chopped up in bars that are going up, down, guys. I'm putting myself on caution as well. Okay. Don't let it happen to you. Don't let them keep whipping you through this. This is going nowhere. Just wait till it makes an impulse move. See this one bar up, one bar down stuff is very, very difficult to trade. Highly difficult to trade. Okay? Don't get caught up in it. I'm telling you, it sucks. Just wait. Just leave it alone now. Let them do something because they're not doing anything. They're whipping down. Like you could have gone long, short, long, and been stopped on all sides of this at this point. Terrible price action. Terrible. Look at that. Oh, we're down here. Let's buy it. No one's trading, is what that tells you. Does that make sense? There's no one interested in prices here, right? We're just handing it off to each other. So now I have to withdraw and wait for it to reset. Guys, this price action I'm telling you is, I don't know what the market's waiting for, but it is horrible. It was overnight was so much cleaner than this. It's not even funny. Of course. Wow. Look at your 5 minute bars. Literally, we have 30 minutes of 5 minute bars completely one overlapping the other. I'm not exaggerating. Here. You can't trade that. You're just gonna get smushed. It sucks, but you can't. You're just gonna get whopped. It's trading in a 40 point range. That's the average harmonic rotation. There's not much you can do about it unless you just believe they're trapping down there and you're going to trade the trap. That's all you can do. But you better leave a nice wide range for that because this is not tradable to me. I'm frustrated, but not frustrated enough to lose a bunch of money or start guessing. Wow. Is someone speaking and we're just not aware of it because that's how it's behaving? I'm just asking it. It doesn't matter in particular. I'm just asking if it is. We need an impulse move here, up or down. It's pretty horrendous. Impulse move, hypothetically, supernova. Not really an impulse. You got to get out of this range. to VWAP, and off we go. That was horrendous. Horrendous. 339 is where the top of that high volume bar is. They've got to break out above it on the 5. It's that bar. You got to get above 339 or you got nothing. Just know they spent a lot of time pressing down there. And push. Right on VWAP. Projection off of VWAP, back into the 100 and 200, over the 100, 200, but inside, underneath VWAP. So, la la la. By the way, this is the new algo, and it's up 171 on micros and flat on longs. If I can get this through one more day of testing, I will release it. It's a trader assist, and that's the trades it took. And this is trading 6 micros. It's up $171. That's the Asian VWAP. And this is our US session. If anyone wants the VWAP from Asia and needs me to just send them that chart, just tell me. Wow. Look at that. Right back down, rejection off of VWAP into the 100, 200. Okay, so I was talking to someone last night about my feelings versus how this thing actually trades. This thing is just going to take the trade the way I described it, right? 100's below VWAP, short, short. Right now, it's not cut off from taking any particular trades, except the time frame trade, where it won't take a particular trade during a particular time frame. But other than that, that's what it does. Press back below. We'll see what it does as it goes on through the day. Back to the low. 5-minute bar still sweeping over each other. What a sloppy market. That's all I got to say. Do not lose a lot of money on a day like today. Double press down. Blue dot up, no algo with it, just blue dot up. Yeah, and you have, yeah, just, I don't know what to say. It's just going sideways, completely sideways. Hourly, 5-minute, everything. ES 5-minute, totally sideways. and trapped again. I'm telling you, those guys are going to find that they're going to get eviscerated. They keep pressing above Globex low, and that rarely works out. Okay, we spent over an hour now pressing down to the downside. We now have IB high and IB low set in, and those guys have spent a lot of time trying to get back to the first hour low. If they manage to do so and they pop back in, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to want to cover. Yours truly would be in that group if I was there. I would not be surprised at the rate they've been pressing down that if they test IB high before they test IB low. Now, someone can make the argument that, hey, we keep pressing down from the turns, right? And I'm fine with that if you want to do that. I just, no one's trading. Look, that's all there is to it. We're going nowhere, right? But I would be very surprised. That's all I'm saying. 9:30. Into the 100, 200 again. The averages are starting to move sideways. Again, balance and chop at the lower end of the range. The seller's having a hard time pushing, although they look like they're trying to rectify that. Press down again. Back to press the lows. Bottom, top, blah, blah, blah. Going for IB low. Take out everything underneath. Look for the trap. Pressing below Globex low, trying for first hour low. Realize we're down a whopping 123 points. It's not exactly falling apart. It's got to be below that first hour low, below Globex low, and then they can start getting some momentum to the downside. ES has not broken its first hour low. Now it has. Now you've taken out IB low, and now we see whether we trend down or trend up. But that whole rotation sucked. It was scalpable, but not much else. I mean, the order flow is just horrendous. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Pick up the speed. Or maybe I'm wrong, and maybe it's trend down and I should have been shorting every turn. That's possible too. That was a prior high volume part where we just pressed there. That was prior high volume low. So you got to go supernova still, unless they're just going to V-shape it back up, which is fine. Drop back into the range, and you got to get above VWAP to go higher now. Maybe my whole observation was off. But again, when it gets tricky, you slow down, is what you do, right? Make sure you're concentrating on your best entries, i.e., double circles, traps on the turn are starting to work, right? But do not sit there and, again, when you just get one single press down like that after a long consolidation, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is short, but I am so hesitant to short here with the way it's trading. And I'm probably wrong, apparently. I want to see what the trader is doing. Still at 171. It's fine. So the trap is first hour low, Globex low, back in. Until you do that, you're down below and your target's below here, right? This is yesterday's low, and then there's another low sitting right over here, and there's a support zone in between. Oh, you know what we went down on? The crude oil. Interesting. New lows on the day. You need supernova to go back up. Know what you're looking for if you're trying to scoop off the bottom, right? Your new levels. That 25,231 is the same level we had last time. If they put it in the exact same place, oddly enough. Man, December's gotten weird. That's all there is to it. Double circle up. And look, when it gives you the double circle, they whip it so fast there's nothing you can do. Like there was no way to get that trade. It went up 7 points from that bar. There's no way to even get close to your dome if you wanted to buy that, right? That's how whisper thin it is. Like usually it's not that bad. That's pretty bad. ES coming off that 68.3650, 68.34, and Globex low is what it's hitting down there on ES. And Q broke Globex low quite a while ago. And maybe this is just a resumption of the down. Maybe yesterday was a pause and now we're resuming down. I don't have a read on it yet, except to know that we're below VWAP. Now we are below Globex low. We're below first hour low. And that opens the door for hard trend down unless we recover back up above. New low and into yesterday's low on NQ. So we'll see if they respond. Now I'm not fishing, right? Now I'm not fishing. Now I'll just wait. Those shorts finally won out, but man, they got roughed up trying. 208. Damn, I hate when I get the read wrong overall, big picture. That's all right. Below yesterday's low, new low for today. I need to change that color. Thought I did already. Analysis, studies. Intraday, first hour high low. Intraday high low. I'm gonna change it to purple. There we go. There's yesterday's low, there's today's low. That's where you have to trap back above to go higher, and it's nothing but sell pressure now. They figured it out. Whatever they wanted to do, they got it. Trapped underneath 68.334, back above would be a trap back in. And you can just wait for supernova at this point, because whatever they didn't like, they figured it out. And I apologize if someone had the short read and they thought my read was wrong. I apologize. I was the one that was wrong there. Let's see this. Still sitting at 171, doing its job. No longs. That'll be released tomorrow, by the way, that algo. I'll get it done tonight. Dude, straight up hardcore sell program. No mercy. Wait till you see 3 or 4 bars up, diamonds up, something. I would not suggest free fall catching this because this is just on a slow motion train to the downside. I'm sure they can V shape it at some point, but yeah. There's just no responsiveness. There's like almost no participation. It's weird. Now this guy here on the 1 minute. Wow, they just swept the whole thing. I didn't take any shorts in that sequence. But I'll be patient. I'll wait till it's up. The obvious target is to retest that 35,173 or higher. Now green dots are getting stuffed. You want to see the opposite. You want to see the down ones getting stuffed. And the ups getting extensions. This is the top of this 5 minute bar right here, this 1 minute bar. The 5 minute bar that you have to get above. Here I'm going to paint them different colors. Oops, wrong chart. Let me take off all this stuff. Analysis studies. Um, remove. Still not everything, but this is the guy. Oh, it went away. But this was the guy. This guy right here was the original. Looks like this. High volume bar. So that started the roll to the break to the downside, right? And then this is now the highest volume bar on that 5 minute, which is right where we pushed up to that 40. It's in the exact same place that 1 minute bar is. Okay. And then, so we've got to get above this guy. And you obviously have a hammer there, but man, I'd want to see it above the hammer for the longs, right? And then the obvious target is the 25075 or trap back into the 25173. Either way, we'll see what they do. But that to me was tricky. And maybe it's just a lack of speed, but yeah, either way. New low. You want to see blue dots. See all of a sudden it changed? You want to see the dots up getting extensions. Okay, they're not. You want to see supernova. Okay, we're not getting that. This is just a slow grind down. 25075 is a prior day's either RTH or 24-hour low. Now we're down 300 in what's been the slow motion trend day down. That's going to be a double circle, double square, green bar. You at least want to note what it does, right? You've got a new bogey, which is right over here. Note what those green dots are doing, especially the double green squares and the green dots. You want to note those. Double circles in general, but the double green in particular. Okay? They are important bars. Let me show you. We go through and look at them today. Double green, but no circle. Double green, no circle. Dun, 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 double green. That's been the first one to the upside we've had in quite a while. We're attempting to trap on that 25075 and what is just a slow motion melt. Green up off the 25075. You really want an impulse move back above and then the low to hold. ES is coming out to 25061. Excuse me. I would say ES now has to trap off 6820. ES still setting new lows. I wonder what kicked us into gear here. I just do not know. Okay, by waiting for the supernova at least, you do not get crushed. Give me a trap back in over here if you're keeping up with them. You should be keeping up with them so you know how it behaves next time. Is a trap back in, right? I know we're under heavy selling pressure. I still want to know how they act under heavy selling pressure, even if I don't take it, right? Otherwise, I'm never going to learn. I'm never going to go, oh, I've been here before. I know what happens when this happens. ES cannot be giving people a whole lot of confidence right now. Bigger picture. One, two, three, four, five. One timing to the downside. This is unfair pricing to the left in general. And we just hit this naked volume point of control right here at 25055. That's what that is. So that naked volume point of control has been closed. We'll see what they do with it. Man, the PA leaves so much to be desired. But sooner or later, people will snap up the pace. It'll make it much easier. All you can do is sit and wait patiently, right? You cannot counter this when it's in this mode. I know it will pop somewhere. I know it will. But I am not a swing trader, and I'm not willing to put a 100-point stop on this trade for this to see if this holds. It's going to have to go supernova. It's going to have to show me that buyers have reappeared, right? And I realize the risk to that is it just V-shapes back up. I'm okay with that. $10, pop it up. You obviously have a seller, 25075. I am doing as little as humanly possible here because I missed the move. I messed up the read in the morning. I didn't read the break off off that consolidation, which is all right. I'm up a little bit. I gave back some of it, so I'm up $122, okay, per contract. But I was up a lot more, okay, because I picked up those stops, and that's okay with me, right? I know this pace is abnormally low. That's me speaking, has nothing to do with PA, technical, anything else, right? It's just abnormally low. That's all there is to it, right? I'm watching the tea leaves and I'm trying to read a pattern. I don't see a good pattern here right now, okay? I feel like I've missed the short, like saying, hey, I want to short down 300. That doesn't sound very smart to me. I need some kind of rally up. I'm way outside standard deviations for VWAP. It's unusual that we consolidate for the whole entire first hour, then break off of it like that, but it did it today, right? And that's part of trading. That's okay. I'll get the read somewhere in here, right? But I don't have to do it right this second, right? I don't have to be right now, right? I can let them do what they've got to do. They're someone's gonna try to bottom fish this at some point, and I'll get a great signal, and I'll take that great signal. But right now, I can't even get up to the 100 moving average or the 200 moving average, much less VWAP, right? So if you want to fish, there's that green bar down. That's okay. I don't have a problem with that. Just realize if they come in short cover, that they're going to smoke that one, right? That's all there is to it. You just got to decide what you can handle and what you can't handle. I want to see if the algo took that. It did not. Okay. Right? I clearly see someone is pressing against that 25075, right? Usually I know these consolidations when we're way down, even if we end up lower on the day, end up in getting squeezed up. I know in order to go higher, I need at minimum a supernova and I need pace that makes sense. Okay, and I don't have any of that right now. And on your 5 minute, again, all you have to do is duplicate that 1 minute. You'll have a 5 minute chart. It's this 25140 is the top of where that it's not this guy. It's not this. Sorry. It's this right here. That is what I need above. Okay. 25161. And that's way up here. Right? So see this guy right here? Let me ask, if you saw 1, 2, 3 guys try to force down, and then they get above here and they sell again, would you really want to short that against those guys? I wouldn't. What I'd like to see is the opposite. Let me give you an example. I'd like to see what I would have liked to have seen, right? Was see all this? I would have liked to come back up here and give me an algo down, but they just broke and free fell it, right? That's okay. That's not in my book, right? I don't sell breaks of lows, right? And I didn't get an algo to set me up to get short in there. Anything I would have wanted, maybe that green bar, I suppose, right? But even then, it wasn't a backside test. It just turned and flipped. And and I can show you many days where you get this, it comes right back in here and traps and goes the other way. I usually get upset if I don't get the read, but I have no problem with this getting this particular read. And the reason because of that is if I saw that set up 100 times in the market, bull markets, bear markets, and I tried to short the break of a 5 minute long period consolidation that was happening at the low of the day, I would get smoked the majority of the time. Okay, so I don't mind not taking it. It just doesn't bother me, right? It just doesn't bother me. We are now technically supernova. Dan, if you're in the room, I don't know if you'd consider that supernova, but it sure looks supernova-ish. It's double circle down. See that now? It's the opposite. See, that's the first set of circles I see where they're stopping that out. I see no extension down from that. And that's double circle, double square. Someone tried really hard to sell it. To me, that's a warning sign, right? And the warning sign came from this consolidation. I'm not going to short back into that consolidation until they get it nice and stretched, right? We're over the 100, 200, and VWAPs all the way over here. And if someone has an anchored VWAP from that break, I'd really love it to see a picture of it. See that? That is short covering. Okay, those guys were like, oh, we're going lower. Oh, we're going lower. Now they're like, oh shit, what do I do? Right? So now you got diamonds up. I didn't get an algo on the turn. That's all right. I will wait. I do not have to guess my own system, right? The only thing I can do is go, I'm down 300. I just got above a long consolidation. I'm not going to short it, right? And that is okay. We're actually now in supernova, so if you can get 3 bars down and now go up, watch to see. That's Dan's methodology, right? Supernova, 3 bars down, and either engulfing bar or algo on the turn. One of the two. ES is nowhere close to really good. And when you look at the bigger picture, by the way, this is your last swing. I would say this is the major swing that has to be broken. And you'll notice that's right at 25,161 where all that volume is, okay, from that volume bar. They have not replaced it yet. That's 21,161 and a quarter. But you have gone supernova. So even if you're not trading it, you can learn it, right? Okay, what's the first engulfing bar up? Does it give any lift? No lift? I think it's a weird market. I don't have an easy say. So that white bar, right, would be a valid long, right? So let's see how many bars you get. Bar 1. So that's 95 to 05. That's 10 points, $200 a contract. I know for a fact that Dan will scale that out, if not close it out, right? That is 96 roughly to 12. That is a good trade for him. He's finished. He's not trying to get 100 points, right? Dan, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right on that. We're going to find out, brother. I'm telling you, the illiquidity is a thing here. I don't know why. White square, blue dot down, and 2 white bars back to back. That should get some kind of push. Back down to the 25,075, where all your sellers are stuck underneath. So if you look, supernova, right? I coached this last night to some people. White bar up, lift, right? Next are 3 bars down. We're still in supernova. You don't want to break the swing, right? So you're in danger of breaking the swing here. White bar down. You can break it by a drop, but not by much. And you want the algo up or an engulfing bar. Coming back to test. 2 white bars down, 2 blue dots. Right back to the 07. And now we find out what they want to do. If you'll relax and just actually read the PA, you'll have an easier time than you think. But don't guess that it's going to hold. That wipes you out. If you're going to lose money on the algo, right? If you're going to lose money on the algo, you've broken the swing now. Okay, I can tell you Dan would not take this trade. He just would not. He needs to see it stay in higher highs, higher lows. That's what he's looking for on that turn. Buyers were not made of much, were they? That was a pretty quick. Sorry, thank you for participating. Back to the lows. New low of the day marginally on ES. Remember, this is a naked volume point of control here. Purple with purple circle. Usually you want to get above the purple circle down. This usually shows exhaustion. I want to be above that 7.5. That's what I do now. Okay, that got stopped because we got diamonds up and stop, paid back. I'll still take it down $97. You probably manually want to shut it off. I should have probably manually shut it off. I didn't think through that in this consolidation. So those 2 stops took it out. And what's triggering that is the diamonds up. I'm going to need to think about that once it gets so far down. But it's all right. I'll let it run. I'd say this is an exceptional day. So, no problem. New low. This is your trap off that prior swing, in case you're interested in seeing where they're going to do that. And Ed, I think we have our answer. Oops, didn't want that. Why is it? Oh, I see what the problem is here. There we go. And this is from the Asia, from the start of the 24 hours. That's where the VWAP is from that 24 hours. All you have to do is set your start time to 1700 Central Time, and you'll get that VWAP. If you want a picture of the whole day, that's what that looked like. So, yeah, interesting. Green dot up. Again, you got to go supernova. This is a great example of why that trade works. Once you're in supernova, and when you're not in supernova, you do not want to fish these. This one worked, this one didn't. Just give her time. where my other seller is now, most recent. Again, I'm pretty relaxed here because I know I can be. I know I need to get a supernova. That means I've got an impulse move. And this right here, that 25, 124, that is the swing to the low. You've got to break that to go back up. Okay. So I'll just let them do what they've got to do. All right. I don't really like shorting when we're down 337 points and I'm watching the volume tells. I can stay as patient as I need to. I'm not having a bad day, right? I just not having a fun day. Coming back up to that naked volume point of control, right? Up towards that 74, that's where they're going to have a hard time getting over, right? Told you that those volume bars, when you're getting those big volume bars, they've got to get over them or they act as resistance. I've seen that over and over and over again. You've got to get over the volume bars, right? Right now, in order to go up, you've got to get over that 25, 161. That is the resistance point on this thing right now on the bigger time frame. Once you get above it, you can be free to move. But they are going to pound that thing down there. By the way, you went supernova. So wait a minute. Supernova, orange bar up, should be able to scalp out of that. Okay. Again, he's going to enter 042. He's going to look for an 052, 050 to 052. He's going to start scaling. I know, damn. Now he trades, especially on hard trend down. He's going to start scaling this thing pretty damn quick, right? He's not going to take a loss on that. And he'd be out by now. Like he wants that bar, bam, bam. If it doesn't, he's out right there. He does not stick around to see if it'll work. Diamonds up. So there's your supernova. There's your orange bar up. That one didn't go in a straight line, and he would still be pressing for the supernova there. Double circle down and diamonds up. I'll go with taking that short. I'm almost positive. Yep. And shorts get squeezed back up. See, once they go, they go. Once you're in supernova, you're just going to grind it. Damn. It's just so hard when the PA is just like this. It's frustrating. We can't get big swings is what I mean to say, right? That's the orange entry, one supernova, orange bar up, no dots. White down starts to get stuff beat. Why? Because we are too far up. You look for the apex trap on that. And they are pushing towards the, again, 25, 161 up there is where the resistance is. And all this is London people covering their short. All it is. Slow motion. Just, And they can V it all the way back. So this should be down now. It took that last trade down there, down low. Yes. London's about to close, and then we find out. And that was just a short squeeze. You've now broken the swing. You do not want to take your longs anymore. You're no longer in, you're an inverse supernova, actually. They're like, yeah, we squeezed you out. We're done. Bye-bye. They just totally squeezed those guys out for London, and that was that. What a bummer of a day. You cannot guess when these things are like this. You've got to have all the conditions right. So hard. Those guys squeezed London out. Now they're going to take him to a new low. Here's my ESL moves. Not much there either. They're just so slow on the turn today with the volume. That white bar down. Orange dot. Sorry guys, I really didn't put up big numbers today at all. I just don't have anything. And then where's the 32? Forty tick's been it. 32 tick really hasn't been there either. Look at that. It's just not giving the algo on the turn. There's not enough speed. You can't get it till you get to 40 tick. New low of the day. Still 25074 is where the next volume bar came in. You got to get above that. It's over here. Just don't guess when the PA's like this. If you're a guesser, you're screwed. It's just going too far both ways. And their PA is not responsive in terms of, oh, we're just getting to an area, like it backs down for a second, but it's not real. Right? It just isn't real. Green dot down work. Algo should have picked that up. It didn't. What? Hey, Bill, why aren't we grabbing this trade right here? The green bar with the orange dot down. It must not just be set to divergence, is all it is. Okay, so correction on that. I can fix that. Now I know why. It's taking white, but it's not taking green. Okay. I'll fix that. Too bad. Is everyone doing okay? Yeah, that's what I figured. Dan makes pretty quick work of it. This is not supernova, by the way. You didn't break a swing. As a matter of fact, this is inverse supernova. Break the swing, 3 bars up, green bar down. Now that I think about it. We should go into some kind of balance, even if we don't recover the day. We should go into some kind of balance here. Like, it's rare that we just drop all day long. What you would have wanted was a one timing up into New York lunch. That's the next turn bar on an inverse supernova, right? So again, if Dan's going to scalp, we're down 338, right? He's scalping it out for 5 or 10 points. He waits for these supernovas, one, two, and he is a scalper, guys. He is not looking for the move. Okay, he's taking 7 to 10 points sometimes. Okay, he is scalping those things. Okay, sometimes more, but he scalps them. Good, good, good. Okay. Wait, why did that stop? Because it's not a 24-point stop. Okay, I'll fix that. It's fine. Let me show you. Inverse supernova. One, two, three entries. Okay. You have to go supernova to do it the other way around. Okay. I'll teach you. I'll teach it to you in real time. I don't have a problem. I'm just trying to get caught. What I'm trying to do is get caught up to the PA so I don't lose money, and I can figure out what this market is trying to do here. Right. Either I can align myself with the way the PA is working, or I can't. Right. If you'll notice the last few trades I pointed out. Right. Supernova, bar one. Okay. Go look. If you bailed on it, or if you didn't put the full stop in, it stops you out, right? I'm just showing you how Dan does it, right? One, you need 3 bars down. You don't get it. You break one, two, two pushes back up there to the downside. If you took this, took a stop. That's fine, but you certainly shouldn't have taken this, right? Gone inverse supernova. 1, 2, 3, right? And now you are waiting patiently to go back to supernova. It's been a tricky day, right? We're down 362 points, but I am not fishing these long. I don't care if they work or don't work. Until I see we have some kind of rhythm to the upside, I will not get caught out. I just won't. I just know there's easier days than today. I will not guess. That bar lifting up has absolutely no consequence to me, one way or another. It just doesn't mean anything. It's off the low of the day. It's not an option. Let's see how our little friend over here is doing. I'm gonna have to make some changes to it, but down 197. So that's 6 micros. If I traded 10, it's probably down to closer to 250, which is totally acceptable to me. It's all right, and I'm gonna still make some changes to it. And that's why I test it. But it's done just fine. No longs. New low of the day. Pressing on the volume, but not big. See if they try to trap in again. I will not guess where the low is going to come in. I will not do it. I'm not even close to my mouse to press it. I'll take a little break at the beginning of New York lunch, and I'll come back to see. Volume pressed down there at the low. And if we had any snappiness in the market, I might be willing to try it, but I'm not. If that's the low, so be it. Congratulations, someone else caught it. I need supernova to even remotely think about going long right now. This should be protecting your account, not hurting it, right? Again, this should be protecting your account, not hurting it in any way. This should just be like, okay, let someone else fish it, right? Go, thank you. I'm glad you fished it out for me. Now I can start trading it. here's your 40 tick, right? So that, there's your 40 tick. You can see quite clearly that there's a trend line that needs to be broken here. All right. So I'm glad they came in and decided to save it down here. Awesome. Please send it to Supernova, even trend up a little bit. I'd be good with that. Right. I know we're down a lot. They should be able to bring it up a little bit. No Supernova yet. No 5-minute hardcore sellers down here either. Just gentle, normal. Okay, we'll reverse it bars. And I should not sound panicked in any way because I'm not. I am just watching the time go by. My worry level is like at a 1. Okay. I messed up the read. Notice I messed up the read but didn't bury myself. Right? I messed up the read, but I did not bury myself. Okay. And I'm all right doing it because that read that I had enough of the time will catch me on the reversal for the move back up or recovery move back up. So I'm totally fine with it. Oh, I did say at 11 o'clock, I would go through um, the supernova, non-nova. Does anyone want to go through that? Is anyone in the room to go through that with me? Yeah? Okay. I'm going to do it on a clean chart, so all you see is the chart, okay? Chart, duplicate chart. New low of the day. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Maybe we're going to remove VWAP. Moving averages. Okay. We will go from the open. Okay. Dan usually burns, I think, the first 15 minutes, which makes sense. Okay, remember this is all pure scalping. Okay, I am not trying to predict the market here at all. Okay, pure scalp. Okay. Swing down, that's a swing. Supernova, 3 bars down, trade 1, trade 2, right? Break the swing, no more trade. Supernova, okay? Again, Dan takes the engulfing bar, so I don't know if he got stopped there, right? I would take the algo is what I would focus on. So 1, right? 2, stop, I'd say that was three, and that just had a blue bar on it. That was it. Those are your choices, right? So then we get to 924, inverse supernova, right? Breaks, 3 bars up, green bar down. Again, 3 bars up, Dan takes the engulfing bar. I can algo that if someone wants it. Okay? 3 bars up, not an engulfing bar, nothing. Oh, you did technically go supernova here, but yeah, we kind of knew it was in bad shape there. If you did take that, by the way, you got stopped, right? So you're now an inverse supernova, 3 bars up, 1, 2, 3, engulfing bar, and you had to come back in on the trap to take it if that was going to make that work. Again, I would wait for the algo in the direction of it would be this, and you still would have gotten stopped, but at least you were in the right direction, right? Supernova, you're looking for 3 bars down, up. And as you do this, you'll start to get an idea of when it's going to go and when it's not going to go, right? Break the supernova right there, 3 bars up, I'll go down, short, okay? Here's, it breaks the swing here. I do not know if Dan would have taken that, okay? Technically, I think you've gone supernova there. You've like clearly broke, so it's long. I think Dan would have taken, nope, 2 bars down, 1, 2, nope, 2 bars down. Nothing there. You've broken. Now you're looking for 3 bars up. That's it. That's your short entry right there. Next short entry right there. And he may have taken that as engulfing bar. Okay. That's it. That's how that process works. And you got to practice it over time, right? So now if you look where we are right now, we've now gone supernova, right? So what is Dan? It's clearly broken this swing here, right? So he's going to go, okay, how many bars up? How many bars back do I need? And then I'm going to go long. He's not going to short this, right? So you just got to decide. And then obviously that works better over VWAP, over the 100, over to the 200 to the long side, and works better short in the inverse, right? That's how you do that. And that's all there is to it. Does anyone have any questions? Did it make any sense? So now he would look for 3 bars down, 1, 2, he needs one more. And if you got an algo up, he would take that long. Yeah. But you've got to have a rhythm to it, and he's practiced a long time. Dan's made hundreds of thousands of dollars off that pattern. Okay? Hundreds of thousands, and he's very strict. He does nothing else. It's 3 bars down and it turns, and he's got to break the swing. And he's not constantly pounding it over and over. He's looking for 2 or 3 trades. Get it paid, get it done, and he's out. And he just stacks it up day over day. That's it. Like that is the whole entirety of the trade. Okay? That is it. Three, not two. Three. So sometimes the market gets on a rip and it only gives you 2 bars down. And so obviously, like any good trader, he adjusts as the market goes around, he adjusts to it. But yeah, he's very, very good at what he does. And he limits what he looks at. He's pretty much looking for the algo on the turn after we go supernova, like in here. He will take the algo on the turn unless it breaks that swing down there. Sometimes he gets stopped, right? And he's pretty intolerant of it rolling against him, right? That's the other thing I would say about him. And he doesn't guess when it's going to turn. He just does not. BS is in supernova as well. See how we're doing here. 197 still. We'll see if we can make up the distance. It takes a lot of practice to get good at it, Brian. It is fast. He's very, very quick, and he's not trying to see if it'll go. He is not. This is still technically in supernova if it gets the algo. But again, you're coming off the low of the day. We're at the low of the day. It's busted supernova now. He's done. He'll wait again till it does it again. That was a slight break of the low, right? And they try to trap back in, so we'll see what they do. Again, I've got no reason to want to go long here right now. I just don't, right? So I'm babysitting this the best I can. I'm going to take a little break and make myself some lunch. I just wanted to see if they made some kind of move, but they're probably going to chop it around through lunchtime, and then we'll see what they do after lunch, right? ES is only down 50 points. Like, that's the other thing to keep an eye on. It's dramatically trailing. So I would watch for ES to gain strength. Like, ES is in supernova. See, is it? Yeah, it's in supernova. It works the same way, right? Supernova, bars back, bar up, right? So my read was just wrong this morning. Algo should have taken that. Yep. And extended targets down. So far, so good. I won't interfere, but normally, if this was a cash account, I'd flat that out right where I'm at. It hit me flat on the day, right? But I'll let it run. See that consolidation? This is actually pretty normal. Most trend days down go balance. He does it manually, right? I could make the algo do it, but you got to be so on top of it. Algo would have taken that again, I think. Yep. I don't like it. Like I said, I'm going to let it ride out. It's down $27 on the day, right? I'm just going to let the algo do its thing and not interfere. It's the hardest part. But I think that's very okay given what we've gone through today and the chop. Hell, it's traded better than I have. So far, so good. I actually flipped that thing positive if I can get down there. This is normal. This flag, there's just no buy interest. I don't know what's going on, but there's no buy interest. zip. Now it may appear later, but it ain't right now. Now the stop's at break even, so we'll see. Or barely down, one of the two. Yeah, it's at break even. So the is up $45 less commissions right now. Again, not phenomenal, but all I have to do is get through these days. I did not think that we would just flop like this today. Nvidia's getting crushed. Tesla's down, but it's not a disaster. But Nvidia's getting ugly. It's underneath that 175. That was considered to be a pretty strong resistance point. Glad it's coming cheaper. I like to buy more, but yeah, and I'll buy more Rocket Labs. You need supernova again, guys. Very simple. That is your trigger to start. If it just runs away from you, it just runs away from you. Otherwise, this is just a slow beating in the head for so many people. Is there news at this time that we got this jump? Let's see. When Fed Bostic speaks at 11:30, whatever that was all about. You're in supernova, either way. Bostic at 11:30, Micron Technology at the close, Trump attends ceremony at 12:15, yada yada yada, so on and so forth. Let's see how this is doing. Oh, lo and behold, up $185. That's white bar down. The algo will have taken that, whether I wanted it to or not. Just FYI. White bar down, white bar up. Okay, guys, I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'll wait till the Fed speakers get passed. I'll see how it looks at the end of lunch. I'll talk to y'all in a bit. We're in supernova. We're looking for 3 bars. If you're trading supernova method, you're looking for 3 bars back, then the bar up. He primarily does that in the morning, by the way. Okay, so I'll be back in a bit. Hey Siri, call Bill, coaching client. Hey, just want to see if you had any thoughts about today and about. I want to ask, uh, and now I want to ask if we can. How do I go in? Do I need to add a new study to get the green bar with the divergent green bar down with a orange dot? Do I have to change that, or is that just a matter of adding another line in the any builder?
You have to see. I didn't get rid of my orange dot. You did, and I didn't because I think the orange dot works well when the orange dot works well anywhere. Like today,
Yeah.
it worked well when it doesn't have to be on the turn bar. Like yesterday, it didn't work as well.
Okay. So what do you think the distinction is there between the two? Just the randomness of the inside balance day?
Between what yesterday and today?
Yeah.
Well, today, well,
I'm not putting you on the spot if you don't know. It's all right. I was just asking what your thoughts are.
I understand. The difference was we we thought long. We didn't know they had the initial move down,
All right.
but it lift. It didn't lift, so it was made it much tougher. So when it failed,
It failed hard.
and
I'm listening to you.
yeah, I'm getting some water. Food went down the wrong pipe. I'm trying to eat because I can't eat much. So I'm eating soup.
Yes, that makes sense.
Soup and crackers, which I haven't had crackers in I don't know how long.
Can you have cheese? No dairy.
No dairy.
Okay. Is that your rule or is that their rule?
It says no dairy.
Oh, got it. Okay.
I only want to do this once, and so
Yeah, I would endorse that.
I'm just trying to. I mean, I'm actually eating the chicken and the chicken in the soup. I tried the first chicken I've had in about 2.5 years.
Oh, how's it taste?
It tastes great. I like the taste.
Yeah, good. It's just been a minute. Man, Top Step is just burning down. You know that?
That's what happens when you lose when you get competition and you forget, you lose your focus what you're good at.
Yeah.
And I lost track of at the beginning. They were the only game in the town besides Apex. And Apex burned their bridges. And then you got all the other ones now. You got the one that pays out all the time. So, yeah, it's really.
Yeah, I mean, I say my funded futures has to be, by far. But the way I have it set, so how's yours up today? Mine is up to 219 right now. Where's yours on the 6 micros?
Mine was up four, let's say 4.7.
Okay, good. This is a good problem to have. In other words, and how much was it down yesterday?
I didn't run it yesterday. I didn't rerun it yesterday. I'll have to go rerun it yesterday. But just let you know, I'm not going to be doing much here between now and probably next week.
That's all right.
Tomorrow is I've got to do all that prep crap.
Oh, that sucks, man. Bring very, very soft toilet paper. Like, go buy the most expensive toilet paper you can find. Trust me on
Yep.
this.
We have a bidet, so I'll be using.
You will be
bidet.
using that. Your ass is going to be on fire.
It doesn't start until like 4, but I know I'm gonna be agitated because I can't eat. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, I know that shit. Okay.
So, I try.
So I have the original version. I have the version that I did. So how did your version do yesterday? The one with the dots?
I don't remember.
But was it up or down?
Don't remember. You said both of them were up. Well, the answers I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I'll go test it. That's fine. I've got it.
But
So,
your initial question, if you want to be on the turn bar and have the green bar, you've got to add, you've got to take the white bar, where it says white bar, I think.
right. Yeah, we're up 391 now. And what do I got to do? Change it to.
You've got to do, it's going to be two step. There should be, is there a white bar down? I don't, it don't make it easy for other people to do it because they don't label them very good.
It's all right. Why don't we do this? Because I'm not fully engaged in what you're trying to tell me. Can we do it around 6:30 this evening? Would that be possible?
It'll be 7:30 my time.
Yeah.
Maybe ish.
Okay.
Amy's been gone 3 days, 4 days. She's coming home today.
Okay.
So
Well, maybe at 3:30 or something like that, or 4.
yeah, 30, 40 probably. I've got to go out. I'm actually not even. I'm waiting for WoW to call. I'm switching the internet to WoW. So I'm waiting for.
What are you
my guys.
switching to?
WoW. It's another. We have Infinity right now, but I'm switching to a company called WoW, which is a company. It's on the tri-state area, Indiana, Ohio,
Right.
Michigan. And they're going to give me, is for $30 a month, I can get 300 megabytes or gigabytes, whatever the hell it is.
Okay.
That's all I need. I don't need 600. I don't need a gig. So it's 300 megabytes.
How much are they charging you for that?
$30 a month, and they're going to charge me $10 a month for my router, which I'm going to keep for about 3 months to make sure everything's working well.
Okay.
And then I'm going to buy my own. They give me the modem and an adapter and an extender on it. So they'll give me a modem, but they don't. But you got to pay for the router. My current with Infinity right now, the router and modem are all together,
Okay.
but that's okay. And right now I only have 170
Right.
megabytes, so I don't need top speed. Everything I've seen, and streaming only takes about 25 megabytes. You don't need 300.
Right.
But the challenge, what I don't know, is how they do this thing. It's like a piping system. So if I'm on the low end and somebody has a higher end than me in the line, will I get it de-degrade? I don't know the answer.
Interesting.
So they give me, it's like time sharing. So they give me 7 days to make sure my 300 is going to be big enough. It's not. I can switch to 600, which will actually cost me an extra $10 a month. So I'm going to try it out for a week, and then we're not going to have any cable. Everything's going to be streamed.
Okay.
And I'm going to Mint Mobile too this weekend.
Interesting. I'm switching over to Verizon because they're giving us free phones with
Really?
it. Yeah. So it's the same cost. Essentially, it's the same cost. But they're giving us the free phones, which is enough for me to switch. I'm just waiting till the end of the month to do it.
Yeah, we're going to switch to Mint Mobile for. It's going to be $15 a month for unlimited data.
And then it goes to 30 after 6 months or something like that, right?
It's for the whole year.
Oh, that's great. No, I think Mint's great. I've got like you're not going to hear anything out of me on that because I think they're fantastic.
I already have T-Mobile, so T-Mobile owns them. Therefore, I shouldn't see. Even though this time when Margaret's in Canada, her reception was terrible.
On T-Mobile?
Yes,
Got it. Okay.
it was terrible, and that's the first time that we've experienced that because it worked well in Mexico, worked well in Canada. With Mint Mobile, you got free access also to the UK.
I take it you finally took her son off the plan?
We did.
Yeah. How was that conversation for her? Was that difficult?
No, because he can get the same plan we can. If he goes to Mint Mobile,
Right, and then it's his problem.
right? So he can for the whole year. He can get it for 100. If he pays 180 bucks up front, he can get it for the whole year. And he was okay with it. I mean, it wasn't. He wants something cheap, and he can't. And when I use the 55 plan, I only get 2 phones. I can't get 3. And sure, I could do his plan, but he might as well just do it himself, especially if he's going to move. He's thinking about moving up to Traverse City which is about 4 hours north of here. It's up in the top of Michigan, which is where all the fun is. Basically, it's where all this where you have the ski hills, which are not really ski hills. They're like 600 feet mountains versus 8,000 feet mountains. But so yeah, he's thinking about moving up there. So we'll see how that pans out. And, yeah, no big deal. But yeah, like, we'll shoot for this afternoon. I don't know the answers to the questions. I don't know if the green bar dominant could do better. But the difference was, I mean, see, that's the challenge when you're trying to read the days.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's hard.
it's hard.
Right, and that's why Dan's version, which I've been trying to explain, this is how you do, inverse supernova. Like Dan would have just caught that short from 25042 down, but he would have only taken 10 or 15 points. And he's made an entire industry out of that. At this point, it's pumping him about $250,000 a year.
He's my age, right?
He's
Or younger.
between you and I.
Okay.
He's between you and I.
But he's really intense, that'd be my guess.
He's very intense, and he cannot handle multiple series of thought processes at the same time, which is most people.
You can code that also. I mean,
I know, but when do you turn it on and off? Like,
you do it yourself. You do it just like I'm doing. Is once you go supernova, you put your green box up, and then if you're inside your green box, you get long.
yeah, that's good point too. Okay, I'll point that out to everybody.
If you basically, we have a zone trader that bases it on the turning, green and white on the turns.
Right.
You update it, but then if you want to be short, you turn the red zone on. That's what I was looking at. That's what I was thinking when I left. Because I have two of my accounts. All my accounts are going to get reset this month because the trailing drawdowns finally caught up to me.
Right.
I haven't renewed them since April.
Right.
So I have one more. I think I'm down to like less than $500 between that and the trailing drawdowns. So anyway, I'm gonna renew them. I'm gonna basically stop them out before. I'm not gonna let them renew. I'm gonna stop them out.
Okay, I don't see that as a horrible thing. Do you?
Nope. I just haven't qualified them since April. I've been trying, but I didn't do it, and the trailing drawdown gets you, so that's okay. I'm not upset or anything about it. I might as well start from scratch.
Yep. Yeah. No, I agree. So,
Yeah,
but how much do you pay a month for those?
$33.
Wait, but you're not gonna blow them. You're not gonna cancel the accounts themselves, right?
No, I just basically when they got stopped out, so then the renewal comes up. They're 250K accounts for $33. With the challenge, I wish they were smaller. I wish I had 100K accounts because I've been over $3,000. Shit.
Yeah, it's hard. Like the next time that 50, what you should try to do is be developing a plan for like that 250K account went on sale for $18 or $19, right?
That's mine's. I think my 250K. That's what I had was 250K accounts.
Well, you should take a shot at qualifying it like in a few days. Under what conditions? Like that's the next thing you should think about if it doesn't throw the rest of your process.
Well, the challenge is it throws everything else off because I have to change all my traders.
I understand. I'm not judging you or anything else. I'm just saying if.
So that's what I have. But I have basically all 250K accounts except one 100. And I've been able. If I had the hundreds, I'd have been. Well, it doesn't matter. I have 5 qualified. I have 4 250s and one 100.
Right.
But I'm loose of 250 here because I've been trading the PA and I haven't had much success this week. So that's okay.
Okay, just take deep. You also go look at my funded futures. I think you would do all right there.
I'm not going to do anything yet until I get some money out of these.
Well, let me explain why I think you do well. It would end your drawdown problem. it would really change the way you look at your trading dramatically. And so I just think you should consider it strongly. One
I
account.
hear it loud and clear, but really, the drawdown really isn't that bad because it took 8 months to get the drawdown issue. Because I didn't worry about the drawdown in the 250s. I'm still trying to scale the, like right now, 12, 18, 30, and 40.
I hear you. Okay, well that's fine. I don't. That's fine. I was just. It was just a suggestion.
Yeah, I know. I just don't want to spend any more money, Simon. I have, I have. So unfortunately, when her mom passed, now half the bills of the house fall back on me again,
Right.
and I have no income, so it comes out of my savings, and my savings is down to the last $35,000 I own my name.
Yeah.
So
I hear all that. I understand. I really do. I'm not criticizing you.
I know, so that's why I'm giving myself 6 months. If I don't do anything in 6 months, I'm going to collect my Social Security, and that would take that would take the cash burn away. That will be enough to pay my bills because I'll get like 22. I'll get like $2,000, and then you got to pay taxes on it too. But yeah,
Right. Right. I hear you.
so, and a month or something like that. I mean, so that will take the pressure off, but that also limit to me that I can make $23,000 in a year trading
Right.
because I don't go full retirement until 67. So I don't know. That's the only downside of collecting Social Security. So whatever. But I'm not making any money, so what can I do?
I'm with you. I hear you. I'm not. I'm definitely not.
I know
Definitely
you're.
not against you.
I know.
I'm definitely not against you. I think I was just trying to think of ways where you could do it where it would work for you, but you got to do it the way you see is appropriate. Like there's no question about that.
I don't want to spend any more money
I totally get it.
because my expenses are gonna go to about 6 or 7. So it's probably $1,000 a month.
Right.
Be my guess.
Okay. Well, I understand. Like I said, I'm not judging you in any way, shape, or form.
It's just the way it is. I'm just hoping I can do well in the next 6 months and come up with a good plan where I can do it. And that's the game plan. Hopefully soon I'll come up with some way to do it. I've tried Dan's plan before, but we've tried to program that before too.
I know we have. You got to be on it to make that work. There's no
And
question about it.
and these wide ranges, he just takes his money and goes.
He does do that.
And he
There's no
knows
question.
exactly. So
He does do that indeed. So, yeah, you know what you got to do. You'll do it. I'm not. My level of concern for you is pretty low, to be fairly direct with you. I'm just not worried about it. So we'll just see how it goes.
yeah.
So, anyways, okay. Well, if you need me, I'm around. I'm just thinking through the algo stuff and.
Now I gotta go outside. I gotta go. She's got a front headlight out, and today's 40 degrees.
So it's a good chance to get that done.
I gotta go get that done, and I'm probably gonna get one done today, but I gotta do both. When one goes, the other one goes too.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So
So
I gotta go do that.
okay, well, no worries. I understand completely.
Okay.
I'm not. I'm trying very hard not to agitate you. You notice that, right? Like I'm not trying to argue with you or disagree with you or criticize you. I'm just asking you gentle questions because I don't want you to get upset. Because I think you've got something. You did something really good here, right? And I think I appreciate that you met me halfway on noticing that the VWAP kind of helps the algos in certain circumstances, and you took the time to think about it, and I really appreciate that.
I think it does, but it's also I think it's like anything. Everything has its time to use it.
Right.
And yesterday was a perfect example where it didn't do well, and where the outside edges were, and that's where you have to trading. it's just tough.
It is a hard business. There's no question about it.
Yeah, it's a very hard business.
I agree 100%. Okay, my friend. I will talk to you later. Go and take care of what you got to take care of.
Will do. Thank
Okay,
you.
see ya. Bye.
It's all an offering to God.
Hey guys, comments from Bostic coming across now. Just FYI. Or in supernova in ES and in NQ. And again, comments from Bostic are coming across.
And at the very beginning of the pandemic, many of you remember the concern was
I get a lot of messages from people on X and other places. You know, Anthony, I'm trying to go full time. I'm making some money right.
to redo that, and we're going to redo the deck. Redo that, and we're going to redo the deck, and we're going to get the appliances. And then it just put a lot of pressure on product and production, and that increased demand that could not be met by supply spike inflation. Right. And what's happened is that once you have that, getting it back down to a reasonable level where we want it to get is going to take time. I think for those who were fortunate enough to have lots of resources going in, before you didn't do your vacation for 4 years, you're not going to next year do 4 extra vacations to catch up. Right? It's just going to take time to catch up, which means that the trajectory down is going to be flatter than the experience up. I think there's some of that we're seeing. And then, you know, the other thing I talk about, I think about on this is that then we also have the economy playing out as well. Right? And so you do have technology that's increasing productivity. You see innovations that are emerging that are allowing businesses to do the things that they want to do. And the consumers have largely remained resilient. They've continued to spend and be present in the marketplace. All of those things mean that the energy and the effort you're going to need to get inflation all the way down to 2% is going to be a bit heavier, but also it's going to take longer. And on this longer point, because families, and this is actually true for businesses too, a lot of businesses are sitting on more cash than they ordinarily would, which means that the transmission power of our policy is going to be lower. If we're doing interest rates, it's going to affect your activity to the extent that you need debt. Right, but if you've got some extra cash, you can go on a vacation without needing to borrow anything, or you shouldn't borrow anything to go on vacation anyway. I just want to say that. Or if you're a business and you want to buy some equipment, you may be able to pay cash for that in a way that means that our policy is going to have less efficacy. So that's another reason why you might expect this to take longer than it would under ordinary circumstances. So it's a complicated thing for me. I'm just mindful that we have been quite fortunate that the American people have confidence that we are committed to our goals, right? And we said our target is 2%. We're at 2.8, 3.0, whatever you think it is now, and we've been above that 2% for a long time. But if you look at what households' expectations are about where inflation is going to be 5 years from now, it's still basically where it was in the before times, right? That's confidence that they have, that they're expressing in our ability and our commitment to doing the things that we're doing. And that, I think, is one reason why we have not seen as dramatic responses to these short-run situations, the short-run circumstances, because the families and businesses have that confidence that we're going to get back to where we said we're going to get to. I'm concerned. Okay, so I'm always concerned. I get paid to worry, right? But the longer we don't get there, the greater the possibility that someone says, well, you know, they seem to be comfortable with us not getting back to 2%. Maybe I should start acting as if their target is 2.5 or 2 3/4, right? And that leads to a different kind of economy, and one that I think could be less productive than it would otherwise be. And so I don't want to I don't want to be cavalier about, I don't want anyone to think I'm cavalier about our credibility. And I want to make sure that the actions that we take are reinforcing in that credibility in ways that strengthen it as opposed to cause it to waver. And I do think that's another reason why I'm very, very focused on this inflation number not being a target for so long. Like the length of time adds a dimension of concern for me.
So let's shift to the labor market, which continues to send mixed signals, which make it difficult to interpret. And you've mentioned that you aren't sold that that the labor market is weakening. So what do you mean by that?
All right, so it's funny when you're a central banker in this country, people pay heavy attention to the adjectives and the adverbs that you use, right? And so I don't say weak. I always say cooling, right? So we have an economy where the labor market is cooling, where the number of jobs that are being produced on a monthly basis has come down. It was the last 6 months, I think the average is about 19,000 jobs. The 6 months before that, it was like 130,000 jobs, right? So that's cooling. Now, the assessment of whether it's weak or strong depends on what you think about some of the underlying factors, right? And important factors are demographics, so how many workers you have in the workforce, things like immigration, that's going to be another number of workers that you might need to fill in for or might be available. Could be productivity. But if productivity is higher, then you don't need as many workers necessarily to produce the same thing. And it could be willingness to engage, right? So to the extent that folks are uncertain about the future, they may want to pull back and not demand the same level of things, right? And so when I think about the labor market, I start looking at all those factors, right? And what you see is in a world